Follow the procession. Tom.
those are the 6 feet apart distance positions. So what are the connections we can make across time, culture, and space? This is our American story. Japanese American concentration camps of World War II, where 40,000 children and youth were imprisoned. 350 Native American boarding schools, with 100,000 children taken from their families and communities. In 2019, 20,000 Central American children seeking asylum were detained and separated from their parents at the U.S.-Mexico border. As we've heard this week, 545 children were separated from their parents at the border and have not and may not be reunited with their parents. Sudo for Solidarity holds 545 cranes, or as we call them, Sudo, to honor and acknowledge this injustice. This is a healing space for these children. You can't really sleep unless you feel at peace and sheltered. Some say it's a sin to wake a sleeping child. These children have lived the inverse of the American dream. Their trauma is often intergenerational. These children have something in common: loss of safety, culture, heritage, and family bonds. In dreams may they meet and find refuge. The children on these cots are the children of the past who experienced this trauma, and they are the guardians for the Central American children in the center. They are the guardians for experiencing the similar mistreatment and injustice. When I spoke with a mother who was from Honduras and I showed her my project, she said, make sure that our children are put on the ground, because that is how they were treated. They had no bed to sleep on. And if you see, I used the mylar blankets for their space, interwoven with beautiful fabrics from their culture. I also created some healing talismans, if you get closer to the cots later, that represent protection. So for the Native American children, I included these felt patches that have sage and herbs from an elder, indigenous elder. And for the Japanese American children, I sewed and embroidered protection that they put on children's kimonos in Japan. And for the Central American children, I included a cross, because they often come across the border holding a cross, and their faith is what has guided them through their journey. Today we have those of us who are imprisoned or have family members who experienced the incarceration. I'm just wondering if I would invite them to raise their hand. So, while these children safely somewhere hear the realities of their experienced trauma, and know that it may still affect them and their families now. You will be immersed in a sound healing meditation and hear the stories of actual people that were
chocolate eggs in abundance. Plants need light to grow. Rooms need light to think. Cakes think best in rooms. Potatoes stir underground. The cement heat came through her sandals. She ate chocolate eggs by the handful, lacking passion. Light she took for granted. The floor is rusty red. A woman slicing potatoes has sliced the earth open. At the center, a tulip of dark chocolate. She peers inside. Thank you. And this is called The Parlors. A local reported to authorities that a moose stormed downtown and broke the shop windows. Yet ping pong was back. The bars, the halls, the parlors. Shopkeepers hid their porcelain figurines. We wore bright colors to disorient the animals. Wool rugs flapped open to take in the glass. The radio warned of impending drought. Librarians shook their heads. The elders walked through the mall in silence. Half-closed eyes followed the bouncing white balls in smoky rooms. Another scratchy song on the jukebox. The moose swung its mighty body through town. We continued to swing our arms and throw another one back.
I love that one.
Oh, thank you, Kimmy. Thank you. And now I'm going to read a few poems from Invisible Gifts. And let's see, I'm going to read this one. Okay. Beehives of joy and bliss. While the goldfish swim in ovals, the finches nest nearby. And so we continue. They hear the buzzing inside. She leaves the nest. We sleep in a warm cove. Emerald visions, watery flights, beehives of bliss and joy. Soft signals, light landings, such colors of seduction. A pause, then a thought. Why fly over the ocean at night? Bright wings, colony of bees, buzzing of joy, buzzing of bliss. Now an image flickers through the airwaves. She came from the sky, right? The coral girl flies above. We see her sometimes with her rose wings. The emerald nests, the restless finches, the nectar seekers. Thank you. And let's see. I think this is an appropriate poem to read right now. Blindfolds. The autocrats lost in the wilderness, wandering the forest of delusion, or the reproving slap of father, sir, boss, and the instability of blindfolds that shield, necklaces of chains and nails for soldiers and boys. 2,000 years of longing, stupefied, tantrum, the ox hearts and ox lips, or the blackness of cherries that burn through the snow. And thank you. And I'd like to share some new poems, a few new poems. This is called Still. I stand perfectly still in the classroom corner, wearing a paper dunce cap while balancing on one leg. A memory, knocking a pitcher of water off the countertop just to watch it shatter. Tonight, I hear the fireworks outside, crackling the stillness inside. A thought, the story of a girl who had tumbled into a cave and crawled her way out and up. Alive and quiet, I wear a red cloak to the 4th of July picnic. I stand still beside a pine tree. 3 drops of sap land on my cheek. Focus my eye on a cave swallow until the fireworks end. Wetlands. Otter and mink roam the fen. I don a vest of moss. Cormorants and curlew sound from the bog. I avoid the beehive. Sea trout and croaker move through saltwater swamp. I consult my mood ring. How will I feel? Sedges and saltbush, the bobcats are disappearing. I cry at all the right times. And this is my second to last poem, and it's called Stranger. Stranger than a trunk of beetles, a box of fur buttons. My daughter is a stranger, and I am a stranger myself. We are strangers on a melting train. Sometimes she leaps through the kitchen window while I bake zucchini bread. Gretchen was a deer. Gretchen was a deer one year. My daughter is a hunter in the Black Forest. Stranger daughter, I hear you in my eyes. And thank you. And my last poem is from Storage Unit for the Spirit House. And it's called Storage Unit 202. I crawl into the pod, formerly known as Storage Unit 202. Inside is a quilt made of yesterday's tablecloth, today's plaid coat, and tomorrow's prayer shawls. The storage unit emits a humming sound. Occasionally, a high-pitched note bounces off the metallic walls. I cook peas in the pod. I drink moonshine at dawn. Observations. One might sense a breath over a face. One may envision the tourists trampling the wildflower's superbloom. One can sleep alone with a space heater. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Kimmy.
Thank you, Ma. I realized I've been searching for words to sort of describe your work, and it finally came to me. It's like their poems are transportive, and they're transportive to this sort of parallel dimension where only the most important things are highlighted, are spoken about. That's the feeling that I have. And I so admire it. I actually relax when I hear your poems.
Oh, good.
Because, there's your voice is sort of hypnotic, but not. I don't go to sleep. I just get kind of quiet inside, and then I can really hear the words, and it's very beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Kimmy. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. And did you have any questions for me, or?
Well, I would like you to talk about what you're going to be doing in what, an hour and a half?
Yes. At 2 p.m., if you are all free, there's going to be a launch for all the Omnidon books. And I have them actually well, here's mine. And Claire Marie Stanchik. And this is going to be through Booksmith and the Bindery. And if you go to Booksmith's website, you can see the link for it. This is by Natalie Kankan and by Cal Bedient, The Breathing Place. We're all reading today.
Wow. And
Leah Penina Wilson, This Red Metropolis, What Remains. And so please join us today. You have to sign up on Booksmith's website. And I'm looking forward to the
Yeah, that's very exciting. It's at 2:00. And I had no idea that there were all those writers reading.
Yes, yeah, we're all, and David Rothman. I don't have his book with me, but he is reading also. So it's a celebration. Omnidon is a Bay Area press that puts out gorgeous books, lovely books, and please support them and order books from Omnidon. And can I put a link here to Omnidon?
Please do. I did send it to Kevin to put somewhere, but where it is. Looking at two different computers, looking to the side. Yes, so Omnidon is in our chat, and I gave him the link.
Oh, great! Thank you.
That he puts that up somewhere. Everything has been. This is all very tricky because, Kevin, who is this amazing tech, is filming live at Fort Mason. And then when the performance stops, he switches over to us.
Oh, I see.
No. But we did go live. I saw.
Okay. Hey, everyone.
Is there anything else? We still have a few minutes. And if there's anything else you want to say, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd like to talk about, so my book is dedicated to my mother. And my mother is a bhikkhuni, which is basically a female monk in Buddhism. And I wanted to show Kenneth Wong, my Burmese friend, translated the title into Burmese. And it's not can you see it?
Yes.
It's not a direct translation because they don't really have storage units in Burma per se. So I really want to thank Kenneth. I don't know if he's watching, but I want to thank Kenneth Wong because I cannot write Burmese and I speak very little. So I'm very grateful to him for helping me with translation. And I started the book, as I mentioned, thinking about storage units and the proliferation of storage units, especially over the last decade. And then, after considering different forms of architecture, I started writing the Spirit House poems. And there are spirit houses in Burma and Thailand. You may see some in Cambodia. And the Nats, it's not GNAT, it's NAT. Yeah.
And so tell me define a Nat precisely for me, please.
Yeah, so it's like a spirit in Buddhism. Okay. And these spirits can be sometimes cause problems, and you want to appease the spirits. So there are little houses called spirit houses that are on stilts, and believers who follow this belief system will have offerings in the spirit houses, like little bowls of water and candle, rice, little flowers, and they're really beautiful, these spirit houses. And so please look it up because it's kind of very interesting. And there's also these ceremonies that are offered to appease the Nat spirits.
Yeah. I've seen pictures of them in India. I mean, it's something parallel.
Yeah, yeah. I think there
And
were
in Thai,
some in India.
yeah, other places. So that it must be like a parallel idea that surfaces in several cultures.
Right. And some people have them in their homes as well,
Mm.
and light incense and give their offerings.
Yeah, I love that when you say, gnats in my hair, it's kind of like, yes, I know it's the spirits, but I also imagine the little bug, and the
Yeah.
little bugs are sort of like the spirits,
Right, right. Flying around.
Yeah. Bothering you a little.
It's very fascinating just learning about them. And, I mean, I'm hardly an expert, but the time I spent, researching the gnat spirits, it's just the stories are just incredible. And so I highly recommend in your free time at home researching gnat spirits.
I'm really curious now. I'm
Yeah,
very curious
yeah.
because I
So
often
my-
feel things around me, you know,
yeah.
and not quite sure what they are, but I'd like to know more.
Yeah, well, and also too thinking about, objects. A lot of my poems come from, consideration of objects, and and thinking about like the things that we hold and the things that we store, um, and what we let go of, and when we finally make that decision to let go.
Mm,
I'm interested in those questions.
yes, I think that's really discerning, because it seems like we're always trying to hold on to something.
Yeah.
We're often trying to hold on to things we really shouldn't. We should
Yeah.
really let go.
That is for sure. Obviously, I am not a minimalist. My husband will tell you that.
So yeah, that whole idea, and I was thinking about storage houses too, is, I mean, people have actually started living in
Yeah,
storage units because they can't find a place to live,
right. That is true. That came up when I was researching storage units, and just then there's a reality show. I watched just a
Oh
few
yeah.
episodes. Storage Wars. I think
I
that's
don't
what.
know.
Oh God, that was too
People
much.
go and buy things, right? They go, I mean, they
Yeah,
go and bid
it
on
made
things
me.
in stores.
It actually made me kind of sad watching those couple episodes. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
people who couldn't afford to keep their storage units, and so yeah, and I actually finished this book the end of last year. So I was writing about containment. In the book, I also write about, prison cells and, cages and, different types of containers. And it, just anyways, just living during this time of sheltering in place,
Mm,
has made me think even more about,
containment.
containment. And
Yeah,
yeah.
that's wonderful. I mean, I love your work, and
I love your work.
thank
I'm so proud of you, new poet laureate of Alameda.
thank you. Yes, Ma was very helpful in my second book of poetry, helping me sort of navigate the the whole the whole publishing process. So I'm very grateful to Ma for helping me.
Oh, thank you, Kimmy. I'm
Um,
proud of you.
so he hasn't given us any signs.
Okay. Well,
You can either talk or, or read another poem, or whatever you want to do is fine.
well, you know what? Why don't I read? I want to do a shout out for Nomadic Press,
Yeah.
an Oakland press, and this is a book called Score and Bone, and I had double hip replacement surgery, and I wrote the entire book during my recovery.
Mhm.
And so there are poems about film, and Why don't I read one of them?
Please, yes.
Okay. Film number 5. She uncorks a bottle of Cabernet at 4:30 p.m. A slight buzzing in her ears, pleasing. A sliver of pain through her left thigh, remote. She thinks about her ex. He used to live here, and his shoes were over there. The landlord sends a text. She doesn't respond. She lifts the glass to her lips, close up of her teeth, crooked on the top row, straight on the bottom.
Mm.
The sound of the fridge, chilling. Long shot of a woman as she slowly walks to the radio and turns it on. The voice of the radio announcer. Never mind the fog alert, ladies and gents. A calf will be born in the morning. Buy everything before you forget. The song that you just heard was by More Vision for All.
That's wonderful.
Thank
I just
you.
got the signal that they're going to transition to the live to
All
Fort
right,
Nelson.
perfect timing.
So thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you, Kimmy. That was lovely. And thank you for listening, everyone, and watching. And have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Having said that,
Bye,
saying
Kimmy.
thank you to everybody, I do also just want to say thank you to the funders. In spite of our difficulties with the City and County of San Francisco, the San Francisco Arts Commission did fund this project. So I want to thank the Arts Commission for supporting with all the technical equipment and all of the production elements and the staffing. And I want to say a special thank you to the Phyllis C. Waters Foundation, who, when we started this, the artists were only getting paid from the door. And then the Waters Foundation came in and said, we can pay, so you can actually pay a guarantee to all the artists as well. So that I'm really thankful to them for doing that. Having said that, if you're watching online, speaking to our online audience, if you'd like to make a donation, the Waters Foundation was a great grant, but it didn't pay a massive fee. So if you'd like to make a donation from having seen the show today, please feel free to do so. We'll be here for the rest of the afternoon, and so there'll be other performances coming on after Luminance, and we'll be here until about 6 o'clock this evening. But now please do give a very warm welcome to Luminance Duo. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me all right if I talking to this guy? Cool. Thanks for coming out to listen on this nice sunny day. We're the Luminance Duo. I'm Saul Richmond Raker. This is Amelia Romano. Thanks for coming to listen. Sorry, I'll find the right spot here. So what you just heard was a piece by Frédéric Chopin, a great Polish-French romantic piano composer from the 1800s. I think a lot of what we do, well, you'll hear a lot of originals today, but also some covers that we kind of turn into our own style. So I come from a classical background on the cello, but Amelia plays a lot of Latin music on the harp, a lot of folk harp, and so we try to blend our styles a little bit. So what you heard there the first time through was kind of the classical version, and then the second time with a little bit of Latin rhythms and different style. We're gonna move on to some originals. Do you want to talk about this one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saul. Thank you all for coming out. Such a glorious day. So as Saul said, we're going to do a mixture of some of our originals as well as arrangements of classics. This next number I composed. It's titled Defying Gravity, and it came after I climbed or hiked up the back end of Half Dome a number of years ago. The melody just came to me.
We're going to need a microphone to speak in because
Okay.
this is not working.
Okay.
So just set it up.
Perfect. Not a problem.
Pause. Hold that thought.
Number two.
Can everyone hear me now? Wonderful.
Oh, that was you the whole time?
I know. This next piece is called Defying Gravity. It's an original inspired by my hike up the back of Half Dome a number of years ago. get a counterpoint?
Sure.
So I'm gonna, not sure if this mic is working. No.
Grab it. Yeah. Well, or
This one is.
Oh, you want it?
just, yeah, just pop it on. Thanks.
So we're gonna continue for a moment in the vein of originals. Another of my pieces titled Counterpoint.
microphone briefly. Hope you can hear me all right. Oh, actually, I can do this. So Amelia likes to bring 2 harps because schlepping one around town isn't quite enough. So she's going to switch to the other one for this, which is tuned a little differently. I'll let her talk later on about these special harps that she's playing. You don't see the pedals at the bottom like you would usually see in the big orchestral ones. We got all these levers at the top, which makes her life a little more difficult, but means we can play some more interesting stuff. But she'll tell you a little more about that later. We're going to go back to one of the sort of classical songs in our repertoire. This is a piece by Gabriel Fauré, a great romantic French composer. This is called Après un rêve, originally for voice and piano, but I'll be the voice here, and Amelia will be the piano on the harp. And it's all about kind of that foggy waking state after you wake up from a particularly intense dream. Wait a minute, tune up. Cool. All right, so we got another switch. another harp switch. We're going to go back to another piece by Frédéric Chopin. We just can't get enough of him. It's great romantic piano music that sits really well for our two instruments. This is going to be his Moderato Cantabile from his one of his fantasy impromptus. So we're going to do one more harp switch and go to a nice tango by the brilliant Argentinian composer Astor Piazzolla. This is one of those melodies that I've never heard an instrument that sounds bad on. It's just so well written. This is a piece called Oblivion. Piazzolla was a virtuoso bandoneon player, which was, it's kind of like a hexagonal accordion. And so a lot of his pieces were written for the bandoneon with orchestral or kind of small group accompaniment. And they just sit so well on other instruments that we can't help ourselves by stealing them for our own. But this is wonderful. I know for a long time he wanted to be a classical composer and then was talked out of it by Nadia Boulanger, who's this amazing French composition teacher in the mid-20th century. And she told him, just do what you do best, keep writing tangos. And he did, and we're glad for it. He wrote so many nice ones, and this is just a beautiful melody. So hope you enjoy. This is Oblivion. So one more slow, beautiful one for you. We can't help ourselves. You'll recognize this one, I think.
We're going to close our set with another of my originals that I wrote in honor of the late Wangari Maathai from Kenya, who passed away in 2011 and really empowered the women in her community in Kenya as well as around the world about how to conserve and take care of the soil and plant trees to better our environment. So relevant today. Thank you so much to the San Francisco International Festival and Andrew for all the work he did to make this happen. I'd like to give him a round of applause. We are so fortunate to be here in this beautiful space. And it's not raining. It's so delightful, though we need rain so desperately.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One more big round of applause for the Luminance duo, Saul and Amelia. Thank you very much. Center. Sorry. we changed the position of the speakers overnight, so I've been dodging around the feedback. But I just want to say thank you all very much indeed for coming to the performance today. You're saying, are you going to do an encore? You're done, or you're encore? We're done.
We're good.
Okay, great.
Encore, they
We
want.
can't, unfortunately, we have another show that's going to start at 1:45, and so the deal with the city is that we've got to give a 20-minute intermission, and we're at 20 minutes now. So thank you all for coming, but we must ask you to gracefully rise and depart the venue, and we'll be having another performance here back there in about 20 minutes. And I'm going to speak to our, thank you all for coming. I'm going to speak to our live stream audience, if you'll beg the forgive my the indulgence. Thank you all on our live stream for watching the show today. If you'd like to donate to the artists, please feel free to do so now. We're now going to be going back to Kimi Sugioka, who's going to be speaking, I believe, with a brilliant poet from Oakland named James Cagney. And I have known James's work for the past 25 years. He's a really, really first-rate poet. And just to give them a good segue, when I last saw James Cagney, he was trying to figure out what was an English word. It was at a time when Ebonics was the buzz phrase, and he was trying to find, if Ebonics isn't English, then what is English? And he had to go through all the roots of all the different words and find out there wasn't really an English word. But to tell you more about that is Kimi Sugioka and James Cagney. Thank you very much.
Kevin actually dates back to junior high school.
That is so cool.
My love back to him.
Yeah, he can hear you. He's on, and we're live now.
Hey, hey. Hey,
Okay.
Kevin and everybody.
So I'm muting Andrew. And hi, everybody. Welcome back to our Zoom Poetry Corner. I'm Kimi Sugioka, hosting this. And that was really beautiful, transportive music by Luminance Duo. And after James Cagney reads, then Judy Shintani will be back, and she has a really amazing show. So James Cagney is a poet from Oakland, California. His first book, Black Steel Magnolias in the Hour of Chaos Theory, say that 3 times fast, won the PEN Oakland 2019 Josephine Miles Award. And it is available now from nomadicpress.org. And more of his writing can be found at thedirtyrat.blog. James is a friend. I've known him for a really long time. He's one of my favorite poets. He is a powerhouse, and I hope that you will enjoy listening to him as much as I do.
From this lovely, lovely book, which is still available from Nomadic Press. And good afternoon to you and whoever and wherever you are. And let's do some poetry. This is My Doctor Says. My doctor says, tell me everything. My doctor says, write down a list of all your meds and I'll give you the exact date of your death. My doctor says eating apples will thin your blood. My doctor says Vicodin makes pork taste carbonated. My doctor says a dozen crushed Viagra sprinkled over cappuccino saved his marriage and it wasn't worth saving. My doctor has a portable liposuction machine. My doctor says chicken fat cures hypertension. My doctor says, chew gum to fight depression. My doctor says, smoking weed is good for your prostate. My doctor's license plate reads, erectile dysfunction. My doctor says, erectile dysfunction is caused by insecurity, and there is no pill for that. My doctor says, avoid vegetables at all costs. My doctor says, red meat, red meat, red meat. My doctor says, finish this prescription tonight and call him in the morning if I can. My doctor says, the primary complication of most surgeries is the physician's hand falling asleep. My doctor says, if your meds have expired, crush them and put them into a pipe. My doctor says, the hole in the ozone layer is the creation of companies that make suntan lotion. My doctor says, suntan lotion causes cancer. My doctor says, beach sand causes cancer. My doctor says, sometimes cancer just floats in the air. My doctor says Paxil. My doctor says Ritalin. My doctor says salt. My doctor says they use salt to preserve bodies. They salted Lenin. He's been dead more than 100 years and looks better than half my living patients. My doctor says eat more salt. Eat salt until your teeth feel plastic. Eat flour by the handful. My doctor says bring back thalidomide. My doctor says one of his patients was on crystal meth. How he got that prescription, my doctor did not know. My doctor says the kid tried to commit suicide by shooting 12 nails into his skull with a nail gun. My doctor used a sterilized claw hammer and charged him per nail. My doctor says those nails hold the degrees now hanging in his office. My doctor says, take 4 tablets with red wine and hold on. My doctor says, if I were you, I'd be dead by now and they'd quarantine my grave. Right up. Yeah, sure. Let's do this one as well. This is from my former roommates, and this is also in the book. This piece is called Little Green Houses. Having picked little green houses from the compost pile all morning, she stares at her palms sneering, fingers stretched into ninja stars. It is now hours later, but she remains disgusted as if her sparkling fingers still drip in black sludge, a living halo of gnats around her. She stops herself mid-story, everything freezes, the pigeons, the car, the highway, and she bounces back to her morning spent plucking houseberries in the backyard, pronouncing this my fault, me, the new roommate in the doghouse, that I did not know the garbage can was not for garbage, so what? I'm still guilty by commission and therefore cannot be trusted. After dropping into the compost bin a calendar page of Monopoly houses tangled in dust, what will I not do? But this is not the end of the poem. Her husband. Now, honey, finish your story about the birds. And she says, yes. In Montana, the pigeons think they're hot shit. In her story, a whole flock stood on the highway like arrogant strikers, daring her family's approaching car as if birds had rights. Can't you see them? Bird heaving chests attitude, then fist-sized bodies ping-ponging beneath the grill of a Ford. The sound like monster hail, feathers in violent orbit coughed out from beneath the wheels, car exhaust, drizzling blood, feathers, and feces. But this is still not as bad as the little green houses that had to be plucked by hand no other way from the tilting soft cliffs of blackened banana peels and fruit cores. So sweet and hot and delicious to the flies dancing carbonated in air around her, cheering over that which we were too full to eat. Disgusting, she says, simply disgusting. Yeah, I actually am I wasn't planning on reading this poem. Plans change. And I'm gonna read this piece, and I'm gonna dedicate this to Kevin, who I don't think has heard all of this story. And he may actually be on this call. This piece is also from the book, and this is called Identity to Burn. Well, you have to write a poem about identity, she says. Well, when is you gonna write about me? When is you gonna write about your favorite sister? I know I've given you enough material by now. Look, she says, you got enough identity for the whole class. There may not be enough time for anybody else to speak. Identity, she says. This is gonna be the easiest poem you ever wrote. Let's see. Tell them how your family tree wasn't what you thought it was. Tell them about how you was an only child and at 19 found out you was adopted and suddenly had this whole new identity. Tell them about how your mama had 7 kids to raise on one check, so she gave you to another family so you'd have a better chance at life. Now, they was really too old to have kids, but you don't have to say that. You can say how your mama befriended your, how you say it, birth mama while she was in beauty school. Miss Cagney was her instructor, huh? Yeah, tell him that. Tell him that you didn't know about us, your real family. You just thought you was all alone in this world after your daddy died, your mama died. Tell him about how Medi-Cal did you a number and you became homeless and your other family said, well, drop us a postcard every now and then, baby James. Let us know how you're doing. Let us know you're all right. Tell them about how you were born when in 68 and reborn in 1999, adopted back into the family you were adopted out of. Now, you don't have to tell them about your love life. I'm saving up to get you a good piece for your birthday. And don't tell them about that brother of yours that's been institutionalized or the cousin with the plate in his head who drank himself to death after your mama passed. Shoot, can I get credit for this poem too? I mean, look at you, so much has happened. You got 2 whole identities, 2 families, 2 mamas. One of them's gone now, but hey, you know, I mean, boy, you rolling. You got identity to burn. You can knock this poem out in a few minutes, throw some rhymes in there, and it'll be all good. Then you can start writing about something important. You can start writing about me, because I can't see how you made it all these years without me. And I can't imagine why you're having problems writing about identity, okay? Yeah, we're gonna keep going. Yet and still, I'm still in the book. That's almost, this piece is called Incubators. Yes, one more poem, am I done? Okay, I'm gonna do one more poem. Do Incubators of the Damned. And what I was gonna say real quick is, yeah, being adopted, I had to think about myself for a brief moment as an absolute infant in that transition between my birth mother having me and whatever happened before I got transitioned into the house I'd grow up in. So this is called Incubators of the Damned. Was there ever a child here, conceived by loneliness and booze when the love was lost to us, brewed in the awful solitary of a motel womb, growing like a weed on the white tongue of an alcoholic's promise? Was there ever a child here for these hand-me-downs of neuroses who understood our need for whiskey, for madness, who understood our need for a God to cuss and pray to in equal measure? Was there ever a child here in the seam between recipe and memory, collaged from the spare parts of whipped ancestors, hitchhiking on Texas highways with open wound sunsets riding shotgun, strolling hungry along riverbanks, moaning their philosophy of flies, masturbating in the unique silence of a loveless house? But this child, when does life begin? To whom does life belong? When does a mother have the right to say no? Whose child is this? Who claims this child? Was there ever a child here to take care of us as we awoke, saluting death from our throats, praying to true blackness in colored ribbons of mucus long as choir robes, stranded on warmed schoolyard benches where even kids ridiculed for being poor dare not approach, printed on cartons recalled for undrinkable milk, squirming and kicking in an unclaimed crib, no number, placed here alone as if by miracle. And I'm gonna check in. What's my time like, Kimmy?
It looks like you have about 3 or 4 more minutes.
Okay, couple more poems then.
Yes, yes.
I really did want to share this poem. This next poem is called Sunday Bloody Sunday. And it's nice. I actually was inspired to write this because of this painting by Louise Bourgeois. That painting right there from 2007 is called The Birth. And I got to see that at the Berkeley Art Institute or Gallery or so a couple of years ago, and ended up doing some poetry in response to visual art, which I prescribed to all of us. And this is what I wrote. This is called Sunday Bloody Sunday. Ink blot of blood on a canvas of milk. Tea leaf divination in stargazer petals. Red as a volcanic sunset, a horizon of thighs just as endless and open. Only a man would miss the obvious truth of the body as tabernacle and misdescribe this contortion as an orgasmic birth, with a child entering the earth hollering on a roller coaster of blood. To see a bulbous orchid frog is to miss the vivid terrain of blood-clotting colors spilled as in a controlled coffee stain. The figure appears to bend with a dancer's grace to the synced percussion of choral rain, and opens as springs opens the earth's ashy grave. The loose tooth of this infant, born impatient explorer, already charged with the instinct to prey, shouting with the whole body. If all waters are magnetized to the sea, to where does the blood's compass point? We have seen forests fevered in wild tulips give birth like this, but to swatches of thrown fog, a vermilion praise song painted through the ignition of fingers, smeared in such sweet, beautiful blood. And maybe last but not least, this poem is called House of Slams and Hollers, and it's dedicated to my adoptive father's, my namesake's great uncle, Uncle Eiley. And this is for both of them. House of Slams and Hollers. Who occupies the storefront houses at the crossroads? Shotgun houses like abandoned churches. One house slouched behind the musty aroma of trees. Windowsill radio chatters like a bird on caffeine. The living room smells swampy with ashes and bottle caps. Vintage kitchen of vintage graveyard shift coffee. Boiled viceroys. Cicadas with exoskeletons of brandy and chickens chained in the backyard. Night turns over, haunted with moths. Air cooled with shuffled decks and howling hounds missing hell. The methane of certain ghosts gets drawn like window shades, dealt in, poured shots at this place where the road crosses its legs like a gentleman. Here lies the uncharted territories of some blues. Stigmata blues, razor blade blues, blues for lips just out of reach, blues screaming blouses of plaster down bedroom walls, choirs of apocalypse blues ignite the red wicks of their tongues, sing harmony at Bluegill River for Saturday's baptism of hot lead. Dawn rises with fire on its mind, takes off its top hat. Names smile from his mouth in comets, false crosses. Anything not already on the ground, holding on, praying, done grabbed a guitar and a shotgun and ran. I thank you all very, very much, Sin.
Oh, James, that was incredible. Your poems just like pull at my heartstrings.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, I mean,
Thank
you
you.
go all these different places, but somehow or other, even though you're talking about a million different things, they're all just like right here.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. That is better than money to me, Kimmy.
Yeah, he's gonna cut from us anytime. I don't know exactly when, but I just want to thank you so much for.
Thank you for having me here today. Thank you for being able to see and chat with you for a moment. Thank you for letting me do some poems and rep today, because otherwise it was a lazy afternoon. So thank you as well, and thanks to anybody and everybody who's in on this reading.
Okay, all right. Good to see you, James. You take good
Better see you.
Oh, he says no. He says maybe 2 more minutes. All right, so I'm going to introduce the next act. Take care. So this is a very special installation done by Judy Shintani. It's called Dream Refuge for Children Imprisoned Ritual. What are the connections we can make across time, culture, and space? Join us in a procession led by musicians Ellen Bepp, Kalan Nishimoto, and Tsuru for solidarity to the Dream Refuge for Children Imprisoned installation. This is a sacred place of inquiry and healing. This is our American story, Japanese American incarcerees, Native American children, and those detained at the US-Mexico border. These children have lived the inverse of the American dream. Their trauma is intergenerational. Only in dreams can they meet and find refuge, be immersed in a sound healing meditation, and hear the stories of the children imprisoned. Naomi Judy Shintani, her artistic career focuses on community engagement concerning art, culture, and the Japanese American incarceration and women's issues. So many things close to my heart. Bless you, Judy. She is exhibited throughout the United States and internationally, including at the Canadian Anthropology Society Cuba Conference in Santiago, Cuba, Fresno State, JFKU, Springfield College, MA, University of Pittsburgh, many colleges. She's recently had a solo exhibition at the Triton Museum of Art in Santa Clara. So Judy has been around. I hope that you'll be able, I don't know if you'll be able to see the tops of the cots in her installation. Each one has a child drawn on, and it's beautiful. Please watch. Thank you.
guardians for the Central American children who are now in the center of the installation and are currently experiencing this mistreatment and injustice. Today we have with us those who are imprisoned or had family members experiencing this injustice. I'd like to acknowledge them. They should raise their hands. While these children safely slumber, we're going to hear the realities of some of their experienced trauma and know that it may still affect them and their families now. We're going to be immersed in a sound healing meditation and hear their voices.
My name is Kiyoshi Kix Kato. I was 9 months old when we were incarcerated in Topaz, Utah. Today, I am 77 years old. I was only 3 when we left Topaz, Utah. My only memory of camp is the snow, as the winters are very harsh in the Utah desert. The camp experience made our family stronger as we lived by the credo, "Come on," which means to endure with dignity. I am so proud of my family that I bear a permanent tattoo of the word "Come on" my arm.
I'm Sadako Nimura Kashiwagi. I was 8 when we were incarcerated, first at Arboga, Marysville, California, and 9 when we were transferred by train to Tule Lake Concentration Camp in Newell, California. And I'm 86. When we were moving, I remember lots of people with lots of luggage of various sizes and shapes. And my brother pointed out that we could take only what we could carry. Mrs. Fountain had given us Raggedy Ann dolls for Christmas, and this was the first individual dolls we had, because we didn't have toys. Taku, my brother, remembers that Tomie, who was 4 at the time, wanted to take that doll with her, and she knew she couldn't. So she kept running back and forth to the house, putting it down and coming back with it, and then bringing it back and putting it down, and ultimately she left it.
9-year-old girl from Guatemala. I was separated from my mom. I couldn't talk to her for days. I tried to catch a glimpse of her between the cages. She was in one of the cages and I was in another. The only way I could try to see her was through the cage. I cried at night all alone, cold and by myself.
Robert A. Nakamura, 5 years old, Manzanar, American concentration camp. Kids used to play chasing and throwing grass and dirt bombs at me after Pearl Harbor. I didn't understand why. I remember arriving at Manzanar concentration camp and sand blowing in the headlights of the bus. In camp, I asked my mother, when were we going to go back to America? I remember walking with mother near the barbed wire and an armed soldier looking at us.
10-year-old girl from Guatemala. They put me in La Hielera. It's freezing cold there, and then I was placed in La Perrera by myself. They would yell at us like dogs. The food we ate was frozen. I didn't get to shower, and when I asked to see my mom, they said no. The lights were on all day. I didn't know when it was day or night. If we were tired to fall asleep, they would wake us up every few hours to do roll call. I was exhausted, tired, afraid. I will never forget this time. I wish I would have known what the United States was like, but it's not your fault.
In 1966, her parents told 13-year-old Ione that she would be leaving the family. They put her on a bus with a trunk of clothes and some money for food. They gave her no warning or no explanation to where they were taking her. Ione traveled through Montana and Wyoming on a Greyhound bus that made frequent stops to pick up other boys and girls along the way. And she cried the whole trip. She finally arrived at the Pierre Indian School in Pierre, South Dakota, where she spent the whole year. The school was kindergarten through 8th grade, but there were even toddlers there, babies.
"11-year-old boy from Honduras. When they separated me from my mom, dad, and brother, I was so scared. I couldn't sleep at night because I was worried I was never going to see them again. I was sick and no one helped me. The guards did not listen to me when I asked to see the doctor. On the last day, when they finally called me, I cried as I hugged my parents, and now I feel scared to be separate again."
I think my story goes back so many years that you just kind of don't never, ever in your whole life forget what you came from, where you came from, who you are, and what all those values, all those family values, and the history and the culture and the tradition that you were born and raised with will never, ever leave your heart. That's what my dad told me.
Hiroshi Shimizu, born in Topaz concentration camp. When the kindergarten teacher discovered that I didn't speak English, she had me wear a little sign that hung from my neck by string. The sign said, "Do not speak English." I remembered thinking I wanted to learn English so that I wouldn't have to wear that sign, that stupid sign.
"10-year-old boy. I came with my dad from Central America. They didn't believe he was my father, so they separated me. He had my birth certificate with him and other important papers, but they insist he was not my dad. They didn't let me say goodbye to him. I won't see him again until 6 months later. I thought I will never see him again. Didn't want to eat, didn't talk to hardly anyone. I was so sad. I didn't know what was happening, and I only got to call one time a week for 10 minutes to say hi to my dad.
Robert A. Nakamura, 5 years old, Manzanar American concentration camp. Being incarcerated influenced everything: my identity, choice of career, choice of friends, and the focus of my art. I have spent a lifetime coming to grips with the incarceration. Before camp, I was an all-American boy. After Pearl Harbor, overnight, I became the enemy. As an adult, I realized a lot of the hurt I felt was being betrayed by the country I used to feel a part of.
At this time, I invite you to say a word of resilience for these children. So it's my hope that you may feel compassion and empathy and new understanding of these traumatic times in the United States, past and present. Your ticket fees will be donated to Suda for Solidarity, a nonviolent direct action project of Japanese Americans for social justice advocates working in detention centers and supporting those targeted by racist, inhumane immigrant policies. And to the Bay Area Border Relief, a humanitarian organization that serves as advocates for children and families seeking their human rights to asylum. Please join us with 3 vows to honor and acknowledge those who have endured this injustice and trauma. Thank you very much for participating in the ritual today. I'd like to thank Andrew Wood and the San Francisco International Arts Festival for providing this opportunity to perform this ritual and this beautiful place. Lord, someone said it reminded them of being in a temple in these trees. Andrew?
Sorry, so thank you very much. I just wanted to say, please give a really warm welcome, or really warm thank you to Judy Shintani and all of the artists that were with her today. Thank you so much for being here and doing what you did. And it's important for us that you all came and you're all part of this with us. I don't know if any of you know about some of the politics that went on this week, or how we nearly didn't do this. It took a lot, and I want to thank all of the artists, because we didn't know if we were going to do this or not do this, or do this as a protest, or if it was just going to be what it was supposed to be. And it took us until Friday to actually get the agreement with the city to allow this event to happen, with some really strange conditions attached to it. So one of those conditions is that you all now have to leave and you can't come back again. So, but no, it was literally that the audience can only attend one show over the course of the weekend. So, it's really important for us that this is your show. And so obviously this is the artist that you love the most. And so thank you for supporting Judy and her work. And we've got 4 more shows today. So normally when I'm in this position, I say, come back and see a show, but don't come back and see a show, but tell some of your friends who might like Bharatanatyam dance or who might like flamenco or might like world music to come back and see our shows this afternoon. But I just want to say thank you all so much for being here. I should also, it's ironic that even though we had to fight the city, this was funded by the San Francisco Arts Commission, and also the Wattis Foundation, the Phyllis C. Wattis Foundation, also contributed to make sure we could pay the artists rather than just giving them money out of the box office. So I want to thank those, and I want to thank Judy again. I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank the staff who've also had to go through the ringer with us. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you all very much indeed, and I am going to talk to our live stream audience now, so I'm going to walk over this way. But thank you all. Thank you.
I do want to give a round of applause for Ellen and Alan that helped me plan this whole event. And also to Victoria, who helped me quite a bit with all different aspects of the Thank you very much.
And thank you, Judy. Thank you. So, are we ready for our live stream? Great. So, thank you all. So, thank you for those of you who've been watching on the live stream. It's great that you can join us. And Kevin, do you want to come out from behind that camera? Come on. This is Kevin Lowe from Counterpulse, and Kevin has been our studious, dutiful, wonderful live stream photographer or cameraman and editor and production manager this whole weekend, and he's done a really, really fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to Kevin. But the other thing I wanted to say before we go back to Kimi Sugioka is that it's great that we can provide live streaming, and we provide live streaming so that there's people who can't get here, people who may feel that they aren't well enough to come out. And we did have quite a few people over the course of the weekend who bought tickets, and we happily refunded the tickets and said, if you don't feel well or if you feel like you're running a temperature, please stay at home and please watch on the live stream. So thank you all for doing that. It's a public health service. But I'm also asking if you're liking what you're seeing and you want to make a donation to the artist, there's a donate link underneath the YouTube link. And if you'd like to make a donation to Judy Shintani, please do so. And now we're going to be going back to Kimi Sugioka, who's going to be talking about this event and also reciting some poetry and introducing you to another poetic guest. Thank you very much indeed.
I need a lot more exercise and a lot more fun. I think that helps with prettiness.
I know we have to walk live. We're live. Okay. This is such an interesting setup. So welcome back to Poets Corner. We've just watched this incredibly moving piece by Judy Shintani about the incarceration of migrant children and Japanese people. It was very moving for me because some of my relatives were incarcerated and the rest of them had to give up everything and run. So anyway, very beautiful work, really moving. And now I'm sitting here with Cassandra Rockwood Rice Ganem. Get your whole name. Who is a Berkeley-based writer, illustrator, mother, and nature lover. She has a lot of other talents too she's not talking about. She founded and coordinated a monthly reading series at the Beat Museum in San Francisco. Yes, this is called Eves at the Beat and occurs once a month on a Thursday night. Is it the first Thursday?
It was when we were at the Beat Museum, but now we have a little more flexibility. So okay. I'm letting the curators decide.
Yeah, well, if anyone wants to attend one of those readings, what would be the easiest way for them to get there or to find out about it?
The best way actually is to just friend me on Facebook to get the announcements.
Okay. Okay, great. Cassandra holds a BA from the California Institute of Integral Studies and an MFA from the California College of the Arts. Her award-winning writing has appeared in more than 20 reviews and journals. It was nice of you not to list them all. Her first chapbook, Your Want Burns, is forthcoming in 2021. And Cassandra is a really good friend as well, a very dear person who supports the arts, supports victims of trauma. And welcome to the San Francisco International Arts Festival Poetry Corner.
Thank you so much, Kimi. It's quite an honor to be here today. I feel very grateful that you asked me to read. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Some of these poems are a little bit about trauma, and some of them are about deep emotions and also reflections on my Lebanese ancestry, speaking a little bit to migration and things like that. My ancestors left Lebanon in very dire conditions, and I actually don't know my father, and he's the Lebanese American. So I'm writing through being orphaned as well as connecting to ancestors that have a traumatic legacy. So I'm going to start with a different piece, though. That one's going to come in the middle. My first piece is called Elephant Burial. I revisit the mark where you once lied, slow-moving eyes creasing like an aerial riverbed. Dream walks along that mother river, in and out of hotels with peeling walls. I end up in other countries, listening to wise boys run on dirt roads. My friends are all there in small boats. They are seeing the sky, but they don't see me. Lighting reflections and water humming into hands. I don't know if it's shock or cold they try to avoid. Priests once led us in processions where we drank fermented flowers, washed bodies of lost ones. I would have washed you, even of the pain I painted with, had you given me the chance. We forgot to tie our fingers tightly with red string and cut it with an axe. We forgot to mix the ashes with food and wrap them in fresh muslin so we could dance around our tombs to live music. I covered my eyes and felt my hands becoming marigolds. It will never be time to turn my bones with the bones of others you left behind. Hold me skyward and shout, I give you back to your life. We should have held these things first. Like elephants do, unflinching fascination, mulling over dead selves, recognizing what it was we killed in one another. I'll keep a lace of your hair around my neck for a year. Say my name, then don't say it anymore. Smear cliffs you visit, river stones in the inside of natural caves, bright cinnabar red. Serve intoxicating drinks when you say that you once loved me. Otherwise, don't say it at all. Unlike elephants, most animals don't hesitate to leave their weak behind, but elephant herds, we take good care. We search among fronds for dropped flowers, and we never let our loved ones suffer a thoughtless goodbye. Should I just keep going? Okay. This is called The Sun Gashes. The sun gashes our nostalgia. Ugly joy, Sunday crisp cotton pressed, ready for gospel in a temple, missing gods. Our children ache like tomatoes, soft, unacquainted with their messiness. Here in a village overrun with paradise, these bare children run rocky paths, in shining eyes a specific hunger. Only here it is not so much a shortage of food as it is a shortage of fathers. And I'll segue into my poem about Lebanon. This is quite long. It's a series of smaller poems all strung together. I'm not going to say the numbers with each section. I'm just going to read it right through. Pink moon remembers Lebanon's lost daughters. I see the orphan image and wonder if I'll ever get there. Saida. Phonetically like oar and fan, we move through water, we rise like the wind. I hear this fatherland returns again and again like a phoenix, burnt and rebuilt at least 7 times. Haven't I overcome so much without you? Is it enough to prove my strain? Lebanon, this phoenix land where prophets once sat between cedars drinking clay-fermented wines, where mosques and churches sleep on the same streets. But here I am just one of your children, deprived, equivalent to 2 young animals who have lost their mother, now running in different directions, or 3 uncovered birds, refused protection from the storm. I am a first line, as of a paragraph, separated from text and appearing at the bottom of a column. Because what are we called if they leave? What are we called if we leave? What are they called if they leave? Are our names thrown violently in the sand, inhabited like a hermit crab shell, only worn as a house robe is when naked? I have been named. I have his name. He gave it to me when I was born. Now see how everyone knows I belong to him, and I belong to Mount Lebanon. This life breath roused, an oar moving through the thick air of the unnamed, now mobilized. Ancient Phoenicians knew the power of language. Ancient princesses knew. Your princess, this princess of silence, when she speaks, heaven shakes, and open mouth she roars. A great bird folds his wings. On one knee he waits, exit sign flashing, cucumber iris full of mint, mouth of pomegranate, this language of seeds hard to excavate. If the river holds names, then there is no water for the departed ones. So I put this oar in the air, but nothing happens. The child is born. Her parents wrap her in palms, name her. She is mine, my daughter, my child, my baby. She has his name, name, surname. See how each word is a bright red petal. Her botany is identifiable. When we have lost our homelands, when we are deprived our names, when we are severed from our parents, there is no related text. I am a familial subgenre. I am a side street or alley. I don't even make it on the map. And whose eyes are these slanting back at me? I search in the window of a goat eye, long to walk the temple of Astarte, or look for him in Merwa wine, yearn to listen to the shells on the banks of the Mediterranean. This is my physics of desertion. Orphan means, can I tie my cut rope to you? Can I fit my puzzle piece to yours? Might I wet and cross-hatch the clay? Might I fit our slips for bonding? I scrape off scar and scab to make a place for namesake to enter, reopening and always being wet enough to take a stranger, because who else is there? Severance from father, severed culture. As one thing cleaves from another, one loss loses another, a chip off the oldest of blocks, 1/3 of a world away. There is no one-to-one. There is no number for this. No relatedness to find the center of 1 billion times, and no eternity to prove. The orphan hides behind the pupil. The orphan is the opposite of infinity. The orphan is a black hole pulling so much that even light is pulled. So with an oar moving into the wind, as from the force of a fan propelled, we are the only true form of human flotation, undefinable by laws of physics, the distance I feel standing next to a woman who holds her father's name, held lightly in fingers since birth like a fig, and sweetened with the honey musk of her shepherd family. This is the same distance I feel when I map the fathom's length from fingertip to fingertip, across continent to sea to continent to sea. So from your skin of bricks on the rim of holy hills, green as mountains, you determine fates. Whirlpools spin in your river, blowing whirlwinds spawn from your glance. What comes in cannot be equaled, and what goes out never ceases. Father, I am treading water. Come take this oar and place a palm in my hand, or even just a pit, something to keep my mind off the no land in sight. Bees surround her face now, drink nectar from beads of sweat on her crown. You rest your heads one by one on her chest without observation. Amulets of citrus in April, thistle and honeydew in June. Her scrawl is found on the cedar trees, leaves of juniper, crystalline etchings, and natural sugar. Violent winds rouse red earth as she hurls herself in rivers of vermilion hues. And we'll take back the grape leaves to wrap the rice in, and tobacco for our water pipes, wheat fields spanning feral as her Arab hair. Voiceless Jezebel looks on with olivine eyes, moving through water and over the once blue seas, where man had sailed in return to scorn her gifts as lies, and feed her to the dogs and demon kings, because when a woman held power, her command was, above all, worship nature. And he decided this was the worst possible sin. We hear her tonight as cars go still on every curb, covered with a blanket of pollen and seed pods. The churches are empty now, darlings. Towering buildings go vacant and dim. Across a month without the sour haze that hides the stars, we hear her speak her true name. On these evenings so free, the moon again once listens to night birds' songs and lone sounds rising in the wind, like the deserted oud player and the daughters of Mount Lebanon, who are lost but still strum and sing, will not forget. Shukran, shukran, shukran.
So beautiful.
Do I have time for a couple more?
You totally do. Yeah, you're. It's only almost 2:30. We have like another 7 maybe minutes.
Okay, I'll read 2 more pieces then.
Yeah, please take your time.
That's the first time I've read that whole entire piece. I've read segments of it, but that's the whole time I've read the whole thing at once. It's a little bit tongue twisty at points, but
beautiful. It really reached me in my heart.
Thank you. This is called The Last Time I Walked with the Flamethrower. When summer ends, I reflect on the last time I walked with the flamethrower. I knew to stay away by then, my skin scorched and keloid in places where embers had lodged. He said he was out of lighter fluid this time. He said sorry. He knew how hard the infernos had been on me. It was a long winter. I told him how I barely moved until spring. Even then, my lungs smoke-filled for months at the thought of leaving. But how easily I forget the way he vanished in the monsoons, how he would not come if there was even a chance of rain. Of course, when they told me to invite my angels in, that's when I called, and that was when hunting season began. And that was when I learned about 2 kinds of light determined by the distance between. He told me there'd be berries in the deep, arid woods. Parched, my mouth watered, and I felt like a desperate creature. The entire woods will be full of berries, he said. Let's go. His lips were bright crimson stained, mouth incandescent within. We went into the tinder, kindling cracking beneath our feet. It won't be long now, he motioned. Come, blueberries will burst between your teeth, black raspberries so tart and plump they drip when you touch them. See my mouth, he said, and as he turned toward me, I could see his tongue, a match lit to consume everything. That was about getting gaslit, something that happens in abusive relationships, just speaking to the trauma bit. And then this last poem is called Table of Contents, and just content warning. It is a potential trigger warning poem. There's some stuff about assault. When your life is marked by traumatic events and each memory holds within it a location, a violation, a part of the body, what someone told you when you said something about it, how they framed and reframed, asked for more or didn't, wanted you to stop making yourself look like a victim, wanted you to stop being so bold, wanted you to focus more on resilience, wanted a happier ending, preferred the metaphor, preferred the silence, told you not to call it by its name, told you to give it another name. And when you did, when you called it teeth, that wasn't the right one. And when you called it flora, that had already been done. How do you make chapters, add titles, separate one thing from the next in an Ouroboros of returning when a new pain is inflicted by the same mouth, when the same pain is inflicted by a different mouth? When you're reminded of what occurred, how does that not become something fresh? How is vicarious trauma not your own trauma? How does the child not witness the mother and become her? The child is writing on the wall what the mother is writing on the child's back. Who gets to tell the child part of you what it knows about what ends cycles of violence? When page 5 is also the same as page 55, just years apart or generations apart, when the father's hands find their way into everything, when the father wants to use your own hands to write him a new name, when the priest wants that too. When you recognize a correlation between abuse of earth and abuse of women and children, and you try to make music out of it, but the record keeps skipping. When you're walking a different path, but the same flowers grow there. When the way it became a movie in your head wasn't acceptable, and they called you a trauma pornographer because it isn't sexy to them, it wasn't made for them, it doesn't suit their gaze. And then they ask you to submit, to include a table of contents or turn it into a memoir. Make it represent the whole of you, so then they can call you damaged. Give each page its own title so they can categorize it, and it begins to remind you of slut-shaming and victim blaming. Wear a longer skirt, they say, and bad things won't happen. Show less skin and be more ladylike. But you know that's how this all started in the first place, how it began before you were born, how the order of things has always been your undoing. So instead, you give them more of what they don't approve of. You give them your version of the story. How one afternoon in a park is only survivable if you turn it into a one-act play. How the spirit knows how to fly above the body, yes, but that's when the child is no more. And you do it even though you won't get the same accolades that a man would for telling his version. And you do it even though they'll try to invade and invalidate it. And you do it even though it'll be rejected so many times for so many different reasons, because these are your contents, but you didn't put them there. And it's time to expose them to the light of day, return them to their senders. It's time to put them on the table. And that's it.
Wow. It's a very moving reading.
Thank you.
Really, really beautiful.
Yeah, most of these poems I've written in the past year or year and a half, so I just decided to put that selection together, and because they're pretty recent, and most of them are forthcoming in my chapbook too. So.
Yes, congratulations on that.
Thank you. This last poem won an award from Common Ground Review. It was a first place award, $500, which is amazing because these days things are really tight.
Yes.
So I was very happy about that. It's like, all this money I've spent in like student loans and education and all the time and energy put into writing, and then finally little bits of, compensation come through here and there. So
yeah, it's so important. And, we never get paid enough for all the time we spend. And yet I feel like, our words are often very healing and liberating to other people, the people that hear them. So we should get paid for that. Right?
Yeah, I actually attended a reading this morning, or I guess it was this early afternoon anyway, it was about Sylvia Plath, and we all shared some of her pieces. And one of the conversations we had was about how oftentimes female women poets don't really get paid or acknowledged for their work, and then their work is elevated after they died, generally if they suit the patriarchal ideal of a crazy woman, mentally ill woman, or someone who is kind of like sexually, you know, flamboyant or something like that. So like kind of the two sides, the whore versus the virgin or something like that. These kind of like iconic images, they get sort of like immortalized in writing, but during women's lifetimes they're often not elevated, and I'm hoping that that's, you know, starting to change. In the past couple decades I'm seeing a little bit of change, and I hope that is continued. It's a little concerning seeing the way that there's so much red tape these days with what's happening in the world, but let's hope that things are shifting.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right. I think they are. I mean, I think the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, you know, the Occupy, all of these movements are so important to changing just the paradigm, you know, because the U.S. anyway has been so used to sorry, I get distracted because I read the chat. So used to being patriarchal and oppressive, and wow, just knocked off my headphones. So thank you so much. Thank you like
much. I'm really to tune in and see everything that's going on today here at the festival, and feel really grateful and honored to be part of it. So thanks, Kimi.
It was beautiful. Thank you for coming. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next act, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. So we have two shared bill here coming up. And one is the Abinaya Dance Company of San Jose. And the other is Samudra Dance Creations. And I'm not quite sure how they're going to, who's going first or how that's going to work. But the Abinaya Dance Company is presenting Bharatanatayam, a classical dance nurtured in the temples of South India. Through intricate rhythm and unique language of gestures, the Sand Dance presents vivid stories and from Hindu mythology. Two young dancers from our junior dance company will present pieces worshiping the goddess and seeking her grace. The central piece depicts the graceful yet fierce goddess Shakti, who wields weapons as she destroys the demons, representing the evil and mortal world. So that's amazing sounding. And then I don't know if I'm being cut off at this point, but that's okay. I'll just go ahead and read the introduction. Samudra Dance Creations was founded by Jyotsna Vaidi. It's a Sanskrit, Samudra is a Sanskrit term meaning gathering together of waters. As the name implies, we enable collaborations among freelance professional artists in the San Francisco Bay Area and create awareness around cultural and social issues. Samudra Dance Creation seeks to represent and empower the Indian community operating in a diaspora environment, and also seeks to engage mainstream. Samudra has presented at several prestigious festivals. I'm not going to name them all. And they advocate the use and technique of Bharatanatayam, a rich language that can be used to communicate and discover themes that are both traditional and contemporary. To that end, Jyotsna has created a number of full-length original choreographic productions. You will see excerpts from The Earth Speaks and The Caged Bird Sings today. And thank you, enjoy it, and thank you again, Cassandra.
Thank you, Kimi Sugioka. Welcome back live to the Fort Mason Center. And my name is Andrew Wood. I'm the director of the San Francisco International Arts Festival. Welcome to our October outdoor program. You are privileged to be among the first legal audiences for live performing arts in San Francisco since March. And it took us quite a bit to get to this point today, where we can actually have a live concert, and we're really thrilled to have you here. I just want to thank the staff and all the crew that have been working on this, please, because we didn't know if we could do this or not until Friday. We didn't know, we were in court until Friday, and we got an agreement with the city on Friday to allow us to do this. So it was touch and go, but I'm grateful to you all for sticking with us, because I know that everyone was trying to think, well, what are we going to do this weekend? And are we going to a show or not? But here we are, so I want to just say thank you all for coming. And I want to thank our funders for sticking with us as well. Ironically, even though we've had major run-ins with the city and county of San Francisco, this project is funded by the San Francisco Arts Commission, and it's also funded and supported by the Phyllis C. Waters Foundation. So I want to thank those organizations. Yes, please. And I'm really thrilled to have these two companies with us. We've had a lot of different types of work performed over the last day and a half, but this is the first time that we've done traditional dance, and it's great to have Bharatanatyam with Abhinaya, who have been, the gold standard for Indian dance in this community for the last 30 years or more. It's great to have them opening this, and then to have them with Samudra Dance Creations as well, who are a new company, but they're bringing the same spirit in that that when a lot of the times when Abhinaya perform, it's based richly on tradition, but they're also talking about contemporary issues. And Samudra are kind of the same in that they're taking the Bharatanatyam form to talk about what's happening in our society today, which was really important to us as the Arts Festival, because these are the type of cultural expressions we want to be presenting. Remember, we got our judgment because we're saying arts is freedom of speech, and the political things that artists say, no matter what form they may be in, are protected under the First Amendment. And this is precisely the type of thing, in that they may be dancing, but if they're talking about the environment or if they're talking about women's rights, those are protected under the First Amendment. And that's why we fought in court, and that's why we won, because those things are in the Constitution, and those things, the arts, are protected in the Constitution, the same as religion, the same as the freedom of the press, the right to protest. So without going on anymore, because once I get started, it's hard to stop, so I will stop. I just want to say thank you so much to the artists, and please welcome to the stage first, Abhinaya Dance Company of San Jose. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We now present Andal Kautvam, a piece in honor of the saint Andal. Her story begins in the town of Sri Villiputur, where her father, the sage Periyalvar, finds Andal as an infant amongst the Tulsi creepers. He adopts her as his daughter. Later on in Andal's life, she visits the temple in Srirangam, which is dedicated to the god Vishnu. Upon entering the temple, she stumbles upon a garland, which is an offering for the god. Knowing that it is forbidden for a human to try on an offering that is meant for the Lord, she does so anyways, imagining herself in a sacred union with the Lord and admiring herself. Suddenly, she realizes what she has done and quickly takes off the garland, leaving the temple. Later on, her father, Perialvar, returns to the temple in order to prepare several offerings for Vishnu. As he reaches for the garland, he is shocked when he sees one of Andal's hairs in the garland. Ashamed, he quickly throws it away, only to hear the voice of Lord Vishnu, who tells him that he only desires the garland which has been worn by the devoted Andal. Pleased, Perialvar gives the garland to Vishnu. And today, it is now said that Andal and Vishnu have become one. Andal Katwam.
But the ಕುಂತರಿ ತತ್ತರಿ ತರಿ 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 ಕುಂತರಿ ತತ್ತರಿ ತರಿ ಕುಂತರಿ ಕಿಣ ಕಿಣತಾಂ ಕಿಣ ಕಿಣತೈ 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 ತಕ್ಕು ದಿಕ್ಕು ದಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತುಂಗಿಡ ಕಿಡದ ಗಿಡಂ ತಂಗಿ ಕಿಡದಗದಿ ಕೇತಾಂ ತಕ್ಕು ದಿಕ್ಕು ದಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತುಂಗಿಡ ಗಿಡದ ಗಿಡ ತಂಗಿ ಕಿಡದಗದಿ ಕೇತಾಂ ತಕ್ಕು ದಿಕ್ಕು ದಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತುಂಗಿಡ ಗಿಡದ ಗಿಡ ತಂಗಿ ಕಿಡದಗದಿ ಕೇತಾಂ
We now present a piece in honor of the goddess Shakti. Her body is in the form of the syllable Om. In the face of delusion, evil, and arrogance, she removes these wrongdoings and protects the world. When she fights evil demons or asuras, she uses her sword, an axe, a bow, and a trident. She is graceful, yet fierce. And as she defeats the asuras, which represent the evils of the mortal world, she brings balance and peace through feminine energy. Om Kara Karani.
करुणारस भरित ललित लवंगी करुणारस भरित ललित लवंगी वरदा अभयदा सकल शुभांगी वरदा अभयदा सकल शुभांगी Madhima sari dasa risa sari ma Risari dasa mada sada madari Madhima sari dasa risa sari ma Risari dasa mada sada madari Sada sada madhima sari mada sada Sari sa dasa da madhama risari Madhima sari dasa risa sari ma Risari dasa mada sada madari Sada sada madhima sari mada sa Sari sa dasa da madhama risari Sari madati sa Ibadati sa Madati sa Dati sa Dasa sadi sa dasa sa Dati sa ma Risa ma Madi sadi sa dati Risa da mada sadi madi ma Madi sadi sa dati Risa da 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 sa da da madari madi di pa sa da da ma da da ma sa da da ma da da ma Riri sa da Madaham
Hi, everybody. I'm Jyotsna, the artistic director of Samudra Dance Creations. And we're really happy to support the spirit of this festival. We've been part of SFIF the last 2 years, both 2018 and 2019. So in 2018, we premiered our first production called The Caged Bird Sings, which really was a production about women's empowerment. And we really looked at sort of the paradox of how the challenges that women face, but often also in Indian mythology, the female form is worshipped as the goddess. So why not we see the goddess in every woman was really the spirit of that production. And I'll be presenting today the first piece from that production, and that was called Varsha. And one of our company dancers, Swati, will be presenting another solo. Most of our productions have been group works, but today we're doing solos to stay safe and still be able to bring these pieces to you. The first piece I'll be presenting is called Varsha, and Varsha means rain in Sanskrit. And I've chosen a verse in this which really is a very ancient verse, but so beautifully talks about how the skies drink the ocean water with the help of the sun's rays, forming these beautiful clouds, and eventually these clouds, give us the elixir of life, which is rain. And really, this piece is, I think, about the interconnectedness of nature and of us humans, because we often see ourselves as separate, but really a lot of these ancient verses talk so much about how we're all interconnected. So I'll be presenting this first piece, Varsha. Thank you so much.
नवमासं धृतं गर्भं नवमासं धृतं गर्भं भास्करस्य गभस्तिभिः नवमासं धृतं गर्भं भास्करस्य गभस्तिभिः पीत्वा रसं समुद्रा रसायनं द्यौ प्रसूति रसायनं कर्षिणी अमृतवर्षिणी Bani
The second piece of today's performance was performed by Swati, who is a company dancer with Samudra Dance Creations. And this is an excerpt from our last year's production called The Earth Speaks, which really was a dance music, spoken word, full-length evening show to raise awareness about climate change. And of course, we're really just presenting a small piece, and we really hope that when this is over, we can perform the full production again. So this is actually the last piece from the production, and it's called Kinare. It's a very old poem written by Tandras Khan, a Sufi poet, that we have set as a Tilana today. Tilana is a rhythmic piece in the Bharatanatyam repertoire that is, it's very rhythmic, and we have interspersed these verses by Tandras Khan into this Tilana. And Kinare means the shore, the river, the shore of the river, and it's really in praise of the river goddess. And it talks about, and in a sense, it's really about the coming together and tying this common bond. It tells the boatsmen, let go of let go of all these things that you're holding inside. Let everything go, and let all of us come together to tie this bond of love, really. So, Kinare, presented by Swati. Both of these pieces, the music has been composed by one of Samudra's longtime collaborators, Snigdha Venkatraman. Thank you.
Kinare
One more big round of applause for Abhinaya Dance Company, Samudra Dance Creations. Thank you very much indeed. Wonderful. So, as part of our agreement with the City and County of San Francisco, you're only allowed to see one show. So if you've been to the festival before, normally I'm there exhorting people to come and see something else with us later in the day or the next day. Today, we're not asking that. We're asking that you peacefully, respectfully, distantly leave. so we can clean the stage, which we're starting to do now, and then we have Theatre Flamenco de San Francisco who are going to be performing next. But unfortunately, you'll not be able to stay for that because we have a different audience, which is also distance and also limited in numbers. So thank you all very much for coming. One more big round of applause for the artists because they're still here. And then we are going to return to the live stream. And before I go to the live stream, we just want to talk to the live stream audience saying thank you very much for being with us. If you'd like to make a donation to either Abhinaya Dance Company or Samudra Dance Creations, please click the link that's below on the YouTube page and send us an email. There's instructions there saying, I want to donate to, and that way we'll know where to send the donation. So thank you very much, and now please welcome back Kimi Sugioka with the live stream. Thank you very much.
We may only have a 15-minute intermission, but he's not really sure.
Okay,
so
I'll
what
just,
else we're live.
Yeah.
So, I'll just let you know when he cues me, I'll let you know. Okay. Hi. Welcome back to Poets Corner. I'm so glad to be here. This has been really great to be a part of this festival because I've gotten to see all these different acts from people, performances from all over the, all different cultures. And they've been really beautiful. Giosna's was very beautiful just now. I'm very happy to be here with Carla Brundage, who is a poet and friend and rather exceptional person. She's a mover and a shaker, does a lot of stuff. She's in Berkeley, California, and she was born in the summer of love to a Black mother and white father. She spent most of her childhood in Hawaii, where she developed a deep love of nature. She's founder of West Oakland to West Africa Poetry Exchange. This is really fascinating. And a board member of the Before Columbus Foundation, where she just came from after she was presenting awards. Her poetry, short stories, and essays can be found in her book, Swallowing Watermelons, Hip Mama, Literary Kitchen. Her most recent projects is co-editing a collection called Colossus Home, which features poets from the Bay Area in solidarity with Moms for Housing. And I'm hoping that the links are going to appear for her books and for Colossus Home. Her book is the book from West Oakland to West Africa is called Our Spirits Carry Our Voices. And Carla has hosted me several times, so I'm really happy to be able to host her. Welcome to the festival, Carla.
Thank you, Kimi. I'm just going to dive right in here with a poem called The Revolution Will Be Televised, with apologies to Gil Scott-Heron, reflecting on our current world. The revolution will be televised. Can't you see? It's happening right now. Last night was phase 6, shock and awe. Phase 1, destroy the warriors. Define warriors however you want. Every society has warriors. Our warriors are being taken down one by one. Phase 2, cut out our tongues, change the language, redefine words to have new meanings. Liberal, entitlement, apology, president, fake, footprint, cloud. Phase 3, take our religion, give us icons and devices to worship. Bow your head and text, bow your head and text. Replace prayer with phase 4, take our land, displace our people. Phase 5, destroy the family unit, undo the matriarchy. Let the women come together for, no, against, no, for, no, against, no, for the safety of our children, born and unborn, our bodies sacred, trampled. Deharmonize love. Phase 6, shock and awe. Replay violent deaths over and over for analysis. Was he really choking? Could he really breathe? Was she really carrying a phone? Was their skirt too short? Did they ask for it? Was his back really turned? Tell kids it's okay to dance on the heads of their dead opponents. Introduce the extreme right. I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. Ask the extreme left, who's left? The revolution will be televised. Turn off all the lights. Keep them on, turn them off, keep them on. Are we running out of water? Are we running out of time? Are we running? Make sure you have a gun. Make sure you have a gun. Lock your doors, lock them tight. The revolution will be televised tonight. Thank you.
Amazing. Yes, love that poem.
The next one is sort of an answer to that one, and it's called Why Do Black People Protest? So, why do Black people protest? That's right. Black people have always fought for this country, fought this country, fought for this country, fought. Alongside whites occupying spaces of shadow. 2, my grandfather's hat and gun, crossbow, spurs. 3, twinkle in his matted eye, hair like a buffalo. 4, soldiers. 5, in the bedroom too is silence. The stop, the choking gall to aspire towards light. Of course, a synthetic illusion of freedom. Please hold my blistered cotton hand, love. Open the door. There's a baked ham on the front table. But to sacrifice my happiness to hatred, what for? Am I obligated to pay the price paid over so many times? Arms weary from carrying the signpost, pinched nerves in the back of spines. I am a woman. Thank you, Kimi. I'm going to read a poem that's a little bit harder than some of the other ones. It's about violence and women, and it's written partly out of experience as when I used to work in a youth juvenile facility. So this is called Take Her Down. Take her down. Break her arm, touch her breast, encircle her neck. Take her down. Put your foot behind hers. Take your knee behind hers. It fits nicely there. Gently push. She will lose balance. Hold her face to the floor. If she cries out, release the pressure a bit. After she goes down, put your knee on her back, but not with all your weight so you don't crush her spine. You need 2 to 3 people for a takedown. You have to work together. If your partner does not have your back, it can quickly become a dangerous situation. Report to your higher ups when you get back to the office. Come up from behind her. Put your arm through hers like a dance move. Arms and legs move in coordination. Each officer takes one side, one arm and one knee. That way you can easily, gently to the ground. No one's back gets injured, and it's easier to cuff her. If she struggles, release the tension, not the grip. What happens if her clothes come off? Generally speaking, you must proceed as if this person is a danger to herself and you. At this point in time, clothing does not matter. If she cries out, again, women are very manipulative. Will say anything to try and gain your trust, but you cannot trust them. They have already done something to get them into this situation as it is. And now that they are in trouble, they suddenly want your help? No, all cries for help are false and should be ignored. So I wrote that poem after there was a lot of violence happening against women, and I was trying to think about various things. And then I kind of started thinking about myself, and I wrote this poem, which is a big hit with all of my friends. And it's called Emotional Problems and Mean Girl Skills. And the idea behind this poem is you get to a certain point in life and you need to develop some skills. So this is it. Emotional problems and mean girl skills. I got mean girl skills. The ability to kick your ass when you mess with my girls. Call in the troops, frying pan, hot grits. Slam the door, take your stuff out on the porch in the rain. I got mean girl skills. Call the teacher out on her racism. Leave the restaurant when the waitress ignores you. Talk loud when I want. I got mean girl skills. Call a spade. Ignore my own shortcomings. Laugh at others when they are laughing at me. Defend with fists or legs. Stick close to loyalty, closer to love. I got mean girl skills. Don't take no shit.
Oh, that's so great. I've never heard that one. I love it. I want some.
Yeah, I'm sure you got them. You just got to like bring them out. All right, I'm going to change the pace a little bit. I have a couple more. This one, I have a couple more kind of COVID related ones, and I want to definitely bring out the book. So when shelter in place started, you know, as everyone else, I found myself alone a lot. So I wrote this poem called Braless. Braless. In my womanhood, myself, no ancient patriarchal barriers imposed, comfortable. My womanhood exposed, nurturer, my heartbeat. Cover one ear and you hear my downbeat. Cover both and you have the upbeat. Put your head on my chest, rhythm of me. In my body, comfortable, myself. One less barrier, open, unchained, not compelled to respond to expectations. Braless, me, a flawed woman, a person without a fix or a scaffold, harder to navigate.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a couple more, a little bit of promotion here. This is the book, Colossus Home, and Kimi is in this book. And it is a fundraiser for Moms for Housing. And there are many themes. It was co-edited, of course, by the visionary Sarah Beal. And this book has all kinds of writing about home because we're trying to raise funds for Moms for Housing. And my particular poem was like a little bit of a reflection on how we are sometimes in between worlds. And then also the privilege I have of having a home and having a car and be able to move between both. So that's what this poem is about. Even though it doesn't seem to be about that, that's what it's about. It's called Prisms. Oh, and it's about the most beautiful rainbow I ever saw form right before my eyes. Okay. 3 pelicans darkly hover on jagged crag below. Long-necked waterbirds dip down under ocean swell. From behind a heaving boulder, raven appears, and sparrow signals. A billowing breeze crosses my path. Clouds shift to sun and salt mist blend. Shimmering rainbows materialize, spectrum caressing the deep waves, a perfect arc. Seagull circles unsteadily, grasps seaweed in tight beak, gray clouds heavy with rain, pregnant for showers. Clear the path with its deluge, tide ebbs and flows, earth song in and out of breath. Under the freeway in my car, pause, glimpses of lives open, creating space from walls of curtains, wooden pallets, cardboard, a woman on a worn love seat, beige, brown, mud spattered, smokes a Winston in her bra, white straps tight on brown skin, fleshy arm draped casually over the back, chin tilted proudly with the exhale. So if you buy the book, all of the money goes to Moms for Housing. I think I have time for one more or 2.
He says
I
yes.
can't hear you.
He says yes. Let's start with 1.
Okay. So this poem, this is also a shelter in place poem, and it's sort of hopeful. Shelter in Place, Oakland, 2020. My viral sustenance is you. Flash of rainbow, saltine cracker. A hummingbird lands on hot jacaranda branch. I write of hope and spiral downwards. What does my zodiac tell me about when this will end, or if I will ever see you again, my sunflower? Under crackling pressure, my heart wobbles. Call it not agony, this absence of you. Let's not pretend there is no storm of tears we subdue by beating them inwards. Let's instead preserve our love and press madly on to a blind future together.
So beautiful. Thank you so much, Carla. I think he's going to transition really fast, so I just want to make sure to say thank you, because that was a wonderful reading. I so enjoy your work.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and have fun at the festival.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, if I'm still live, Theater Flamenco is next. This is so exciting. Flamenco 2020. I think we're off. Right?
Okay. Thank you, Kimi, with the live stream, with the artistic interlude. Thank you very much. Remotely, and we're back live at the Fort Mason Center. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. This is our second last performance, and I'm going to be very brief because we're running a little bit behind. I just want to say thank you to the San Francisco Arts Commission for funding, and also the Phyllis C. Waters Foundation, who funded this program this weekend. Thank you all for being here. It is my immense pleasure to welcome to the stage one of my favorite artists in the Bay Area, and this is Carola's first live concert in nearly 10 months. So, yes. Imagine an athlete trained to the peak of perfection and unable to run. But now, after months and months and months, Carola Zertuche, Theater del Flamenco de San Francisco, is back on stage. Give it up for them. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jyotsna. the artistic director of Samudra Dance Creations, and we're really happy to support the spirit of this festival. We've been part of SFI the last 2 years, both 2018 and 2019. So in 2018, we premiered our first production called The Caged Bird Sings, which really was and eventually these clouds, give us the elixir of life, which is rain. And really this piece is, I think, about the interconnectedness of nature and of us humans, because we often see ourselves as separate, but really a lot of these ancient verses talk so much about how we're all interconnected. So I'll be presenting this first piece, Varsha. Thank you so much.
नवमासधृतं गर्भं नवमासधृतं गर्भं भास्करस्य गभस्तिभिः नवमासधृतं गर्भं भास्करस्य गभस्तिभिः पीत्वा रसं समुद्राणां पीत्वा रसं समुद्राणां पीत्वा रसं समुद्राणां द्यौ प्रसूति रसायनं द्यौ प्रसूति रसायनं स ग ga ga ma 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 pa 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 ga 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 ma 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 pa 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 ni ma 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 pa 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 ni 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 sa sa pa 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 ni 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 sa sa pa ni sa sa ga Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, the return of Theatre Flamenco de San Francisco to live performing here at Fort Mason. Thank you, Carola. Thank you all, gentlemen. So, thank you all for being a very wonderful audience for us and for giving a lot of love for Carola and the band. I just want to say thank you all for coming. We're going to be changing over for the last group of the day, and then our program will conclude. Normally, I'd be asking you all to stay here and enjoy the show with us, but our deal with the City and County of San Francisco is that we get to do one show and we all must leave. So if you could take your chairs with you as you go and just very, very slowly and distantly leave for the day, that would be great. I just want to say thank you again to the performers, to the crew, to the National Park Service who have been through the ringer with us this last couple of weeks, but have come through to support, and it's really great. And so I'm going to speak to our live stream audience, where Kimi Sugioka is waiting to take us into the last stream of poetry. And I just want to say to the people on the live stream, if you like this show, please do consider making a donation. There's a YouTube link, there's a PayPal link underneath the YouTube page that you're watching. You can make the donation to Theatre Flamenco de San Francisco. And having said all that, we're going to turn you back over to Kimi Sugioka, and we'll be back in 20 minutes with Manos Lindas. Thank you very much.
Starting. 4, 3, 2. I guess it's 1. Hi. Hi, everybody. Oh, man, that was incredible. Those Oh, I love flamenco dancers. Secretly, I always wanted to be a flamenco dancer. So I have with me the amazing, accomplished poet, Susan Damroff, who has also been my friend for 40 years. Get that, 40 years, yeah. And I'm gonna read a little bit about her bio.
She is a poet, performer, and teacher. Her poetry chapbook, Conversations with Trees, was published by Finishing Line Press. Her upcoming compilation, A Chair Keeps the Floor Down, will be published in spring. That particular book is about her teaching. She's recently retired, and it's really wonderful poems about children, but also about the experience of retiring and other things. She performs throughout the Bay Area in spoken duets, a poetic collaboration with Chris Comler. Hopefully the link to her book, Conversation with Trees, will appear somewhere on the live link on YouTube. And I just want to say, what do I want to say? I'm just so happy to have her here and share this with her, because we've been through so much together and we've supported one another with our writing. And so I'm just gonna let her take it away. Thank you, Susan.
Okay. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Kimi, and thank you, Kevin, who's doing the technological thing on the other end. And thank all of you who are out there. I can't see anybody, so who knows who's out there. But I have to say, I did give the Zoom link out to people. That was wrong, and they're might be coming in as a poet. So if it gets crazy on the screen, it's because it is crazy. Everything's crazy. All right, so I'm gonna start. And reading, I'm sorry to say, I'm reading all recent pieces, so it's pretty much pandemic poetry, but that's what I got. So I'm gonna start with the first one though, which is just thinking about how virtual things are. And this one is hoping for back to something else called When Hugs Come Back. And I wrote this when we were having a different weather system here. So when hugs come back. These days, my skin easily bruised by shifts of weather. I hide out from the big wind, tap out words for worry and worship the wild grass, the brightness and sway of sweet peas, and imagine when hugs come back and we pile up in the same room and sneeze, cough, laugh, kiss, stroke, sing, dance, crowd into joy and hold on. Yes. Yay. And the next piece, just kind of been writing through all of this as a way to survive it. And so this one was written pretty soon towards the beginning of the pandemic. So some of the stuff that has changed since then, like it says, it's about when you, anyway, just restaurants are opening and things are moving back, but this was then, so this is called Then. What was then becomes days, weeks, months ago, when you could still go to a restaurant, a movie, take your kids to the playground, when you could still walk side by side. My friend and I strolled around Stowe Lake, both over 65, our fragile demographic in the heel of hurricane. We shared bits of early news as geese crossed the road, as pigeons made crowds in the trees. Did you hear if you hold your breath for 10 seconds and don't cough, you don't have the virus? That was then, just the beginning of fear. Patti Smith played at the Fillmore. We decided we could be safe enough and go. We clung to the edges as she spit on the stage. We wondered how far her germs might travel. In the bathroom, we scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed our hands. The woman who said, I washed for 32 seconds instead of 21. Why not? It can't hurt. That was then. before concerts became virtual, before everything became virtual, before we zoomed and zoomed and zoomed, when you could still get a haircut, go to the gym, sit on your best friend's couch. Did you hear that people in New York are starting to wear goggles? Before someone grabbed the paper towels out of your hands at the grocery store, before a friend sent you a list of songs to sing while washing hands, Jolene by Dolly Parton, Love on Top by Beyonce. Before a young dating couple decided they could hold hands if they wore gloves. Before you made sure you had a will. When you could take your friend to chemo, go to your mother's funeral, have a wedding, a graduation, a birthday party. When children still went to school with balls on the recess yard passed back and forth, their laughing, squabbling chatter bouncing into my garden when bells called the children back to lines of quiet. Before the cases began to rise, before essential workers who pick and pack and nurse and deliver got it, before prisoners and immigrants in detention got it, before we knew anyone who got it, before it was a relative, a neighbor, a friend, before I started taking sound memos of morning birds, before the music of pianos and trumpets and violins wafting out of windows sustained me, before chalk drawings arrived on sidewalks with hearts and hopscotch boards, before each step on a staircase walk became scrawled with words, love, support, hope, dream. Yeah, I see Kimi clapping. Yay, Kimi. And then this is just kind of a chronicle of some of my thinking through time. So this one must have been in the spring because I'm very fortunate to live in San Francisco and have an elm tree in my backyard that blossoms in the spring, and it's so beautiful. But this poem is called No Fever. Elm blossoms float into my hair, trail through my door like blessings. No fever today. Petals blow into the kitchen across leftovers on cutting boards without plans, they scatter. No fever today. In the garden, finches and chickadees peck at the seeds and trill their praise. And the next one is a little more recent. One of the things I do to survive this is dance on Zoom. And this is called Dancing on Zoom. So many things we get to do. Thank you, Zoom. All right. When I danced on Zoom in a gallery box of strangers, the teacher said, in the midst of our country's shit show, think of being nimble. Suggested we change direction with each new thought. Think about pivoting, she said. I fly around my room, stretching out each splintered seam to make space for hope. The NBA players wearing lace collars to honor RBG, her personal trainer doing push-ups by her casket. Then I'm pivoting back to a pandemic of losses, the virus and fires and guns, and I'm leashed to so much missing. My beloved dog is gone. Every walk we've taken, every tree marked, every blade of grass smelled. And then I danced myself back from that long sleepless night in a loud trumpet of longings. When can we share meals? When can we sing together? Pivot, change direction. The next day, I go north, follow the coast, find an old apple orchard where the gate is left open, and we take off our masks and pick, and there is plenty left over. Then I pivot back to home, watch my love strum her guitar, notice our old cat cradling the sun, marvel at the summer lettuce leafing out into September. Stay nimble in your mind, change direction. I walk down Sanchez Street, find a free food pantry filled with cans of beans and pasta, past signs that say, hang in there, you got this. At home, I chop the apples, sprinkle cinnamon and simmer, and as the words from a Facebook post stroll through my head, we really are just peasants again. Bake bread, avoid plagues, revolt. Then I put on some Otis Redding and bounce from hip to hip, pivoting to Einstein's words, dancers are the athletes of God. And then we had fires. There's one more thing. And so here we go, a little fire poem. Okay. Torched dreams. The Japanese maple curls its fist around ashes dripping from the sky. The new rain, the new normal of die and die again, a crackle, a buzz, a battered bloom, feathers fry into flames of die and die again. Holding on, like the charred boy in a car with his dog on his lap. The birds are thirsty. I trace embers on steps and windshields of who and what lands here in the hazy stillness of die and die again. We live in a tinderbox of how and when and where, sparks of disbelief, of grief in the drift of lost homes dripping from the sky. The new rain, the new frame, a sizzle, a pop of how and when and where, each torched dream falling.
These are so wonderful. I've never heard them. I love them, Susan. Keep going.
Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff to read. So I've been thinking about how words take on different meanings these days, you know, fact and fiction and all that. So anyway, there's this poem called Words Rearrange Their Meanings, COVID 2020. How a gathering at a rose garden late afternoon in autumn can become different than a flurry of fragrance and flower, different than pruned or wild places of the heart. How a hug in a garden of roses can become a crown of danger, how positive can become negative, can take away the smell of roses, of berry, musk, or cloves, the scent of lemon, violet, or wine. How an unmasked ceremony in a rose garden can become different than the elegant petals of roses, the ones shaped like cups, rosettes, or scallops, or colored like apricot, plum, crimson, or scarlet. How a bench in a rose garden surrounded with puffs of pompons or wide skirts of stars can become different than bouquets of love, and the word spread can become different than expanse. And how we must take back the climbing and rambling of roses, rise over the fences of politics and pandemic, and trellis ourselves back to beauty and bloom. Thank you. It's so fun to be able to read all this stuff I've been writing. Well, I guess it is fodder or whatever gives you some kind of inspiration. So I just have a couple more, and this one I wrote kind of in the beginning too, and people were sheltering in place. Of course, not everyone got to do that because we have all the essential workers who are doing so much all of the time. But I'm a retired teacher, and I did have the experience of sheltering in, which is different. And I wrote this, and it's my little thing for finding mindfulness and mindfulness in quarantine. Sit and know you are sitting at the kitchen table, on your doorstep, on a city peak under a blaze of shimmering trees. Walk and know you are walking with a friend, the poignant space between or alone, your own precious interior. See and know you are seeing a man who jumps rope on a deserted schoolyard, wild onions and dandelions between sidewalk cracks. Listen and know you are listening. Sparrow, chickadee, dove, two violinists 6 feet apart, serenading the sidewalk. Grieve and know you are grieving. Each empty storefront, each untended goodbye. Give and know you are giving. Food, money, poems for those who don't have enough. Breathe and know you are breathing. Belly, heart, lungs, belly, heart, lungs, for all those who can't. Kimi, how much time do I have, Kimi?
Beats me. He hasn't given me a warning.
All right. Well,
I mean,
I have 2 more poems.
Good.
That should work. 2 more poems.
Wait a minute. Ready here? What does that mean? Transition now?
Okay.
Oh, he's ready. Thank
you.
But thank you. That was so wonderful. Yeah, I love to hear your work. Susan is in Colossus home, like Carla and me.
Oh, you're cutting me off. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kimi.
Yeah, we can talk. They're gone, I guess. That's fine. But
okay, but I have to read you this poem since you're there.
I love your reading. I really love it.
Wait, you have to hear my last poem.
I will listen. Yes.
Janet and Sue are here listening, so
I will listen.
You have to hear my latest poem. This is hot off the press. Okay. No, this is, wow. All right. So anyway, I wish I could have read this one, but you guys get to hear it.
Okay.
Hot off the press. Okay. I used to know this welcoming.
Right. I'm not ready. You talk.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our final performance. Before we start the concert, I just want to say thank you to Kimi Sugioka, who's held up the artist interludes and done all of the remote curation and working with the poets today. Thank you very much indeed for that. It's been absolutely wonderful, and we're so glad you were able to do that. For everyone who's watching on the live stream, welcome back to Fort Mason Center for our last performance of the day and of the weekend. And it's been a really remarkable event that we were so pleased we were able to do. And so I just want to say thank you to the Park Service for having us here, to all the staff who have worked like demons. It's been a very long and stressful week, but we've come through, and I'm really thankful to them for that. And to our funders who have supported us. But also now it's down to Manos Lindas to entertain you for the very last seconds of our last few minutes. And I just wanted to give it up for Aria, the bass player, who we've been doing a lot of protests and a lot of advocacy. And Aria was with us, and he's been working on this with us. So it wasn't just the festival, it was a lot of different individual artists, a lot of different organizations came together to say, we've got to reopen the arts, we've got to get ourselves out performing again, we've got to do it safely, we've got to do it carefully, but we've got to do it. And ARIA really, we went to this one demonstration, that was the Health Fitness Association, and they were really vitriolic. They were in front of City Hall and they were really shouting for what they needed. And ARIA just went to the microphone because he was representing the arts. And he just kind of spoke in a really calm way that just brought everybody together and just brought the temperature down. It was just so beautiful for an artist to walk out there in a very political situation and do that. So I just wanted to say thank you to Aria for that and for being with us. And then to give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the last act of the weekend, Manos Lindas, thank you very much.
just released an album.
The next song is dedicated to all Black and brown people ever. Make some noise for Vince Shore on the guitar! Happy birthday, Nina!
One more time for Manos Lindas. Thank you very much. So yeah, we have to break the stage down before it gets dark. So we have no more time for it. But you give them a big round of applause, please. Yeah. Okay. So sorry for intruding like that. My apologies. So you're the last audience, so you have to hear all the thank yous. I apologize for that, but so no, we really have to thank a lot of people. So I want to thank by just saying thank you to the San Francisco Arts Commission and the Phyllis C. Waters Foundation who put the money in for us to do this weekend. Thank you to the National Park Service for being our hosts. Thank you to the crew. Thank you to Patrick. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to all the folks backstage. Thank you to Trey. Thank you to Andrea. Thank you to Stephanie, Kyoko, Paige, Kelly, all the volunteers, all the crew. Thank you to you and all the, and thank you to Kimi and Kevin. Kevin has been doing the live stream. He's down here in the hat. Yeah, he's done a great job. And Kimi Sugioka, who if you've been tuning in during the weekend, has been doing all the virtual stuff. She was one of the speakeasy poets that we had to cancel yesterday. So, but they really came through and they sort of made it a good online experience as well. So that's it. We're done for this October soiree event. We just did it to test. We wanted to make sure we could do live performing arts safely. And we wanted to make sure we could do it and come out together as a community. And that's what we've done. And we're really pleased that it's gone well. And you're such an important part of it, because it's all right doing things virtually, but in the end, you are as much of the equation as they are. You give to them that makes them play better, and they understand more about what they're doing because you're here giving back. So it's your presence in the room, in the area, in the vicinity, that really makes what we do work. And we've seen it work all weekend. And this is the last great example of that. We've had some fantastic artists and some fantastic audiences, and it's coming to a close. So thank you all very much indeed for coming. We'll be in touch very soon, and we'll tell you more about how we can get involved, because we haven't finished yet. We got an order to let us do this weekend, but now we've got to change the law. The good thing is that there's a judge that's listening to us, so we can keep on doing the work. And if you're on our mailing list, we will be sending out information. But that's it for now. Thank you all for coming, and have a safe journey home. Thank you.
Like it's so chilly.